Very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the National Stadium for Athletics at the ASEAN Para Games. Afternoon session going to kick off very soon at 2:45. We've got the discus throw for the men's F55 and F57. At 2:55, the men's shot put F20 starts. And at 3:05, the men's long jump F12 will commence. We start on the track at about 3:15, and to tell you more about that, Ryan Richmond.
Thank you. Hey, good afternoon, everybody. We've got about 10 track races today. Most of them will be finals. We've got a couple of preliminaries before that. But some of the exciting races to look forward to would be the men's 400 meters for T37. That's where Zach Liao, Singapore's hopes will be pinned on Zach Liao, who was second for the 1,500 meters yesterday. He's going to pin his hopes on the shorter distance over 400 meters. That will happen around about 4:50 this afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. All in all, it's going to be another really exciting day in the athletic arena of the 8th ASEAN Para Games 2015. Stay with us and enjoy yourself.
Would you still wanna reach for the stars to higher ground? Could you let go your fear of falling? Would you give up the safe and sound? You tell your heart to take another step. You've got another 1,000 miles to go. Unbreakable, you are the champion.
Welcome back to the Singapore National Stadium. It's the 8th session from the track and field events in the 8th ASEAN Para Games. And once again, we've had huge entertainment this morning and a fair bit of drama. We've had an amazing 400-metre race in the heats for the wheelchair event, where no less than 4 of the competitors were disqualified for going out of their lanes. We've had a third triple gold medalist, Nanda Shaliha from Indonesia, taking gold in the 400 metres. And this is the schedule of events for this afternoon. We've got 2 discus events going on simultaneously. We've got the men's shot put in the F20 competition, and we're going to be taking a close look at that. We haven't really brought you much shot put, so we thought we varied a little bit with some shot put this afternoon. Men's long jump, F11 and 12. And then the track events, women's 200 and men's 200, T53, 54 and then T52 respectively. All of those events are straight finals. Once those are out of the way, we've got more 200s. We've got the heats for the T11 stroke T12 200 metres for the ladies, with the visual impairment. And then the women's 400 metres T20 final, men's 400 metres T37 final, men's 400 T45-46 final, and the final event of the day, the men's 1500 metres T53-54. And those events in the 50s, those are the wheelchair events. So the men's 1500 metres T53-54, the 2 categories combined, should be very competitive indeed. Well, we've got a nice fast track at the National Stadium, and the field is in excellent condition. And these are the competitors for the discus final. This is F54-55. And actually we've got a few more competitors than I was expecting to see, I have to say. So there have been 1 or 2 additional characters joined. There we see the shot. Actually, that's amazing. That is such a close-up of the shot that it's barely recognisable as being the shot, isn't it? The men's shot put T20 final coming shortly.
F20 is for field athletes who have an intellectual impairment. These athletes find it hard to understand and apply new techniques and strategies.
So these are the competitors in the shot put. We've got Shamirin Uji from Brunei. We've got Ziad. I understand he likes to be called Ziad or Zayad from Malaysia. We then have Daniel Rushdie from Singapore. Singapore looking for their 2nd medal. We've got Mohammed Khairin Azhar Rosli from Brunei. We've got Mohammed Alif from Malaysia, and we've got Cheng Shuang, that's Ivan Chua, also from Singapore. So we have 6 competitors in the shot put, and as far as I can see, we haven't actually seen any of these competitors previously in the tournament so far. It's not scheduled to start until 2:55, but if everybody's ready, everybody's in place, then I think it's likely to get underway sooner rather than later. Daniel Rushdie, 264, just wiping his brow, putting his baseball cap back in place. 108 is Shamirin Uji from Brunei. And I think the expression that we might use is he's a big unit, no question at all. And when you're looking at the shot put, then that's no disadvantage at all. Shot put is one of those strange events where pretty much without limit, the bigger you are, then the better it is. You can get more weight behind the ball and can get it out there. This is Zayad from Malaysia. All of the athletes will have been doing their stretching exercises, they'd have been warming up. Singapore with Ivan Chua as well as Daniel Rushdie. So 2 Singaporeans, 2 Malaysians, 2 Bruneians. And then the game's record holder is Zayed. Record set in Naypyidaw back at the beginning of 2014, the last edition of the games, the 7th edition. Everybody a little bit nervous before the start. Daniel Rushdie, well built in the upper body. .108 we've seen before, Shamirin Uji. So we've got the competitors all lined up together, the last instructions being issued. Just got a few minutes to go before the start of the competition.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next event on the field, men's shot put F20 final.
Stadium announcer introducing the competitors.
Introducing your athletes. From Brunei, Shamirin Uji.
22-year-old Shamirin Uji.
The games record and Asian record holder, Muhammad Siad Zulkifli.
Well, record holder, current champion, likes to be known as Ziad, that's
Singapore,
new for me.
Daniel Rushidi Rahman.
Local favourite, Daniel Rushidi.
Muhammad Khairin Azhar Rosli. Representing Malaysia, Muhammad Alif Muhammadawi. And rounding up the field from Singapore, Ivan Chua.
So Ivan Chua going for Singapore. 6 competitors, 2 each from Brunei, Malaysia and Singapore. I think we might well see considerable variation in the distance that these guys managed to achieve. So this is the shot put competition with 2 Singaporeans involved. The 2 discus competitions are underway. That's the F54-55 category and the F56-57 category. Both of those events feature all of the throwers from the earlier javelin competitions. So a lot of these throwers get very familiar with one another. They spend a lot of time together over the days of the competition, and they do develop a nice collegiate atmosphere. Also have a jump competition going on in the field. The men's long jump F1, F11, F12 will be taking place, including Abdul Halim, the gold medalist from the 100 metres from Indonesia, silver medalist from the 100 metres, Mohammed Saifuddin, and the bronze medalist, Muhammad Ali Hanafiya. So that's elsewhere in the stadium, but let's focus on what we're watching, which is the shot put. And it will be the Bruneian athlete, Shamirin Uji, who's going to start the ball rolling. Well, there's no doubt Ziad of Malaysia is vastly the most experienced of the competitors, and at 25 years of age he's very much in his prime. Actually, shot putters often really reach their prime when they're into their 30s. They gradually acquire bulk. Daniel Rushdie, just 18 years of age. Clearly enjoying being in the limelight. Wants to give his best. Singapore got off the mark yesterday with a silver medal. Zach Leong winning the silver in the 1500 metres, and Zach will be in action again this afternoon. Despite collapsing after he crossed the line yesterday, he's recovered sufficiently and he'll be running again. That's Muhammad Awi, the second of the Malaysians, and he's another 18-year-old. Ivan Chua, also 18 years of age. Mohammed Karan Rosli from Brunei is just 17 years. So we have a very youthful group of throwers. Shamirin Uji and Ziad, both a little bit older, but not very much. As usual, the youngsters in the crowd delighted to spot themselves in the on the big screen. And it's not just the youngsters, the mums and dads like it as well. Got just a couple of minutes to go before the scheduled start of the shot put. The first track event of the afternoon will be the women's 200 metres in the T54 category. That's of course wheelchair athletes. That's scheduled to go at 3:15, so we'll be able to have about 25 minutes or so, we'll be able to have about 15 minutes or so focusing on the men's shot put before we switch our attention to the track. I mentioned earlier that there was a little bit of controversy when there were a number of disqualifications this morning. This was in the T53 400 metres for wheelchair athletes, and well, Jack Lai of Singapore was the only competitor who wasn't disqualified from the first heat. So the first putt, out we go, and it's Shamirin Uji. And well, he's feeling his back there, moving a little bit gingerly. Rather a lot of arm in this. Really needs to be a whole body effort. Let me see how far that is. Give us some idea of the kind of distance that these guys are going to be putting the shot. Record is 15.69. Obviously that one was nowhere near that. Not sure why, but it always takes the officials a lot longer to measure the first put than any of the others. 6.75. Well, this is the man, Ziad. And he's going to be putting the shot a fair bit further than that. There are markers for the 12-metre mark and the 14-metre mark. On a good day, he can go beyond both of those. Powerful shoulders, big biceps, gets nice and low. How quick is he across the circle? Look at that. Very explosive, and that one's already out beyond the 14-metre mark. And that's got to be very close to the 15-metre mark, and he looks in very good shape indeed. And if I'm not wrong, Ivan Chua took a look at that and decided, I don't think I'm going to be winning the gold here. That is tremendous. Great technique, good balance, and he uses the whole body to propel the shot. It's not just about the arm. The arm, the shoulder, the trunks, the legs, everything propelling that ball forward. How good was this opening throw? 15.09. That's an outstanding throw from Ziad to open the competition. Just 60 centimetres shy of his game's record. Wow. Daniel Rushdie has to follow that.
Next up for the shot put, Singapore's Daniel Rashidi.
Sorry, I'm calling him Rushdie. I will go with Daniel Rashidi. (18 years of age. Certainly built for shot put. Get it nicely in on the neck there. The thumb down at the bottom of the ball. All the body. Quick across the ring. And not the quickest across the ring. Gets the ball out there. And I'm thinking around 8 to 9 metres, something like that. A little bit of a stutter across the ring. So it's not as smooth transition from back to front as he'd ideally like, and so it ends up being a lot more about the arm and much less about the body. Mohamed Khairin Rosli, the fourth competitor, the second from Brunei. Huge hands. Nicely across, and that's an explosive putt, and he just about toppled out the front of the circle. Not a bad putt at all, but lost his balance, stepped out the front, so that's a no throw. Muhammad Alif Muhammad Awi, second of the Malaysian competitors. And I think the two Malaysian shot putters are going in as the favourites here. Strapping young man. Nice position initially. Reasonable pace across, and that's out there. Well, that must be a good 11 metres. Certainly that's enough to put him in second place. Not going to be challenging Ziad, but that's a good putt. Has the ball a little bit behind his head. Should be nestling in there on the neck. That's why they all have some powder on the neck, just to smooth it. Don't want any abrasions on there. Just waiting to see the distance. Well, 1082, he'll be happy with that. And the final competitor from the first round of the shot put, Singapore's own Ivan Chua. And you can see a much slimmer figure than the two Malaysian putters. Very quick. And he's got, and he stepped out the front as well. That's no throw. I think he probably could have done with taking a little bit more time settling himself. You've waited so long to get your first throw in that you get in there and you rush everything. What you have to do is just settle down, go through your routine, do what you've done in training day after day, get everything right. I think after one round of throws, we've seen enough to recognise that this guy, Ziad, is a class apart from the rest of the putters. I think Ziad's going to take the gold, no problem at all there. And it looks like his Malaysian colleague, Muhammad Alif Muhammad Awi, likely to take silver. Shamirin Uji from Brunei, disappointed with his first putt. Needs a bit less arm and a bit more body. And there he goes again. I think that might be a little bit further. Not the most explosive of the putters that we've seen. Doesn't come across the ring, so he doesn't get any momentum there. But of course, technically it's more difficult. I think that may have improved on his first round putt. Here we go, 688. 13 centimetres beyond his first round throw. 15.09 from this man in the first round, Ziad. I think he can go bigger than that. I wonder if this is the day for him to break 16 metres. He's the Asian record holder. There he goes. It's big again. Oh, it's not quite as big as the first one. It's over the 14-metre mark, but only just, and he steps out. So there's no need to measure that one. His Asian record is 15 metres 78 centimetres. That was set this year in Beijing in China. Daniel Rashidi fouled on the first throw. So 3 of the competitors fouled on the first throw. Now, important to get a good putt in. Come on, David. Gets across the ring, and he stepped out again. So another red flag, and he's furious with himself because he actually got that one away quite nicely. But it's a second no throw from David Rashidi. Back to the second of the Bruneian throwers, Mohammed Kairon Rosley. Well, that time that's a good putt, and also it's a valid one. He gets good length. He's shy of the 12-metre mark, but my feeling is he's over 10 metres there. No red flag this time around. Comes across, and you see he's using his body as well as the arm. I think that must be 10 metres or so. .10.05. Well, that puts a little bit of pressure on this guy, Muhammad Alif Muhammad Awi from Malaysia. 10.82 in the first round, but he'll have taken a look at that last putt and think, well, I've got some competition here for silver. It's too flat that time, but might be up there around the 11-metre mark. Went surprisingly long way. It looked to me like rather a flat putt, but that's going to be very close to 11 metres. He was 10.82 in the first round, and he's 11.03 in the second. Ivan Chua, no throw in the first round. Take your time, Ivan. Don't rush it. Well, he certainly didn't get the red flag for stepping out the front. Made sure he stumbled backwards. Wants to get something on the scoreboard. Ball quite high up in the hand there, a lot of fingers on there.
Ladies and gentlemen,
7.69, he's on the scoreboard. And that's the second round complete. So at the moment, in first position is Ziad with 15.09. Second position, Muhammad Alif Muhammad Awi with 11.03. Third position, Mohammed Kairon Rosley with 10.05. In fourth position, Ivan Chua, 7.69. Fifth position, Shamirin Uji with 6.88. And David Rashidi yet to get a mark on the board. 2 no throws. Second throw bigger than the first. Very difficult to judge that. I'm thinking it's around where he was previously, but I'll be surprised if he's improved his position. A little bit of movement across the circle, but at no great pace. I know when I was on with Nick Applin, I think it was yesterday morning, we were talking about shot putters, and the surprising thing is that these big men are often very quick. They've got very quick muscles. Yeah, 6'11", that's down on his best. They're not going to be 400-metre runners, that's for sure, but over 25-30 metres they can be very swift. And this guy in particular, Ziad, you see how quickly he is across the ring. It's not ponderous at all, it's an explosive event, you need speed. Gets nice and low. And out it goes, that's a big one. Now that is a big putt. That's looking to me like 15 metres plus. The legs nice and wide apart. Good putt. And that must be over 15 metres. 15, 20. Tense moment as we wait to see the score. 15-18. So that's an improvement, another 9 centimetres. He's edging towards his games record of 15.69 and his Asian record of 15.78. Now, come on, Daniel. Let's get a putt in. Let's get something on the scoreboard. He's been shifting the ball very nicely. Needs to get a valid throw. That will settle the nerves a bit. Come on, David. Well, he's got a valid throw, doesn't step out the front. I think he was very conservative there. I think the plan was make sure I get something on the board. And you can see he's not really using his whole body there. It's very much just the arm. No, he didn't like that one. But he stayed within the circle, so he's on the board. Well, 6:05, it's a start. Mohammed Kairan Rosley, Brunei. 17 years of age. Lying in a bronze medal position at the moment. 10:05 in the second round. And he stepped out the front. Not his best throw anyway, so no great harm done. It's a second no throw from Mohammed Kairan Rosley. Well, you could see he completely lost his balance there, and that's usually not a good sign anyway in itself. Now, silver medalist at the moment. I don't think that's going to improve his position at all. That's going to be a little bit shy of his second round throw of 11.03. By comparison, when we're looking at Ziad put the shot, everything's being used. All of the energy from the whole body is being embodied in the ball. 10.20, quite a long way short of his best. So Ivan Chua, 7.69 in the second round. And this is the final throw in the third round in the men's shot put in the F20 category. Well, I fancy that one might be a bit bigger. That could be up around the 8 metre mark. Fingers crossed for Ivan. Not the most elegant of finishes. One leg waving in the air. .804. So he's improved by 35 centimetres. He's moving in the right direction. And speaking of moving direction, we're going to turn our attention now to the track, and we're going to look at the women's 200 metres in the T53, T54 category.
T54 is for wheelchair track athletes who have full function in their body with moderate or high level impairment affecting the legs or the loss of limbs. All generate power through the full range of body and arm movement. The legs play no part in racing.
So we're looking at the wheelchair athletes, and we've got Pranaya Sekretok of Thailand in lane 2. We've got Prudencia Panaligan from the Philippines, where we saw her in the 100 metres winning gold. We've got Chainet Sritong from Thailand, also saw her in the 100 metres taking bronze. Ruth Opena from the Philippines. We've got Huyn Thi Xuan An from Vietnam, who took the silver in the 100 metres. And finally, Gungun Thomasorn of Thailand, and she was 5th in the 100 metres. So many of these competitors going in a number of different events. It's a straight final, the 200 metres. You would think Prudencia Panaligan from the Philippines would be the favourite. There she is, hoping to win the Philippines' 3rd gold and her 2nd of the tournament. That's Pranaya Sekretok in lane 2. Very sensibly, they don't use lane 1. It's a bit tight, the turn for the wheelchair athletes. And of course, we did see this morning athletes coming inside their lane. It doesn't matter in the straight if you wander from your lane, provided you don't impede anyone, but on the curve, if you go inside the curve, inside your lane, I'm afraid it's disqualification. First track event of the afternoon, session 8 in the 2015 ASEAN Para Games.
Ready to see the final in women's 200 meters for T53-54. Here are the competitors.
In lane 2, number 288, from Thailand, Pranaya Sekretok.
Ryan Richmond's distinctive delivery, rolling the R's in
Representing
Sekretok.
the Philippines, Prudencia Panaligan.
I'm not sure that Prudencia normally rolls the R in Prudencia, never mind.
Number 291, from Thailand, Chainet Sritong.
Chainet Sritong, one of the strongest competitors in this race.
Number 246, also from the Philippines, Ruth Opena.
Ruth Opena from the Philippines. 2 Filipinas in this race, 3 from Thailand, 1 from Vietnam.
Number 342, from Vietnam, Nguyen Thi Xuan An.
Huyn Thi Xuan An from Vietnam.
And in lane 7, number 290, from Thailand, Gungun Thomasorn.
Gungun Thomasorn from Thailand,
Ladies and gentlemen, the finalists for the
5th in the 100 metres.
200 meters.
6 competitors in this race.
54.
Surely the favourite will be in lane 3, Prudencia Panaligan, and probably the biggest competition coming from lane 6, Huyn Thi Xuan An from Vietnam. You see the athletes crouch low. When they're called to set, they bring their bodies up. And they're away. Inertia needs to be overcome, and a good break is Prudencia Panaligan in lane 3. She's already up on the competitors outside her. On the outside, Gungun Tumason's going well, but no doubt the Filipina Prudencia Panaligan well in the lead at this stage. And just outside her, Chinet Sritong is going well. It's just going to be a battle for the second and third places because Prudencia Panaligan coming away from the field. But what a race between Chinet Sritong and outside of her we've got Huyen Thi Xuan and how can you split them? I think the Vietnamese girl Huyen Thi Xuan may have just gotten up there, but almost a dead heat between her and Chinet Sritong. But there was no dead heating at the front there. Prudencia Panaligan, a comfortable winner, got off to a good start and never looked back. Gets a great start. Inertia is so difficult to overcome initially, to get the rhythm, and she's very rhythmic with her movement there. And by the time they're 80 metres into it, she's gained 3 or 4 metres on the rest of the field. And you can see the battle then between lanes 4 and 6. And my feeling is Huyen Thi Xuan from Vietnam may have just, I don't know, she looked as if she was there, but then right on the line, Chinet Sritong came again. I can't split them. It will go to the photo finish, that's for sure. But there's no need for a photo finish for this lady. She gets her second gold of the competition and picks up the 3rd gold medal for her country. Very much in her prime, 27 years of age, Prudencia. And I love the atmosphere between these competitors, these wheelchair athletes. There's a real camaraderie. There's a kindred spirit. I think I called it the collegiate spirit, where we're in this together. We might be competing against each other, but we're competing with one another as well. And they seem to be able to enjoy one another's success. It's most encouraging. And I do like the way they take a lap of honour afterwards. Of course, if you have to run round, then it's a bit harder, but just a gentle push round in the wheelchair. And Prudencia Panaligan lapping up the applause from the crowd, and justifiably so. A splendid effort in the first of the afternoon's track events. Well, now we've gotten started on the track, things are going along thick and fast. Having seen the women over 200 metres, we move over to the men in category T52. So let's take a look at the classification for T52.
T52 is for wheelchair track athletes who have a high degree of impairment affecting the trunk and legs and a low to moderate impairment affecting the arms and shoulders. These athletes generate forward power by primarily using their biceps to pull the wheelchair rims up rather than pushing down.
So here are the competitors, and these names should all be familiar. We've got Rungsri Peth from Thailand. We've got Gerald Peet, one of the great characters from Philippines. We've got Dao Xuan Ho from Vietnam, and we've got Pichaya Kuratanasiri from Thailand. And if those names sound familiar, that's because you've already seen them in the 100 metres and the 400 metres, and in one case, Kuratanasiri, even the 800 metres. But the fascinating element is the battle between this man, Gerald Peet, gold medalist over 100 metres, silver medalist over 400 metres, and his arch rival, Pichaya Kuratanasiri from Thailand, silver medalist in the 100 metres, gold medalist in the 400 metres. So there is a personal duel on here. Meanwhile, Peth Rungsri from Thailand is actually the game's record holder with 33.11. I strongly suspect that record will go today. And he took bronzes in both of those earlier races, the 100 and the 400 metres. Dao Xuan Ho was also in both those races, finished fourth in both of them. And I rather suspect that the Vietnamese is fated to finish there again. But this is the man of the moment. He's just seen his compatriot take gold. Well, I proudly announced the other competitors, and we've only got two of those names on the list. I'll be hugely disappointed if the other two aren't going. I'm sure that this is correct. Peth Rungsri from Thailand in lane 1 and Gerald Peat in lane 2, and it would appear that there's nobody in lanes 3 and 4. I have to say, on my start list that I was given this morning, the other two competitors were there, but these things happen. I'm looking out there, I can only see two competitors. Well, that's a disappointment. Just two competitors, so the rule of -1 will apply. That means that there will only be a gold on offer here.
Number 319. He is the 2014 Asian Games gold medalist. And he's also the record holder for this event in a time of 33.11 seconds. From Thailand, ladies and gentlemen, Peth Rungsri.
So Peth Rungsri from Thailand, 33 years of age now, some of his best racing behind him.
Another
Gerald Peat, well, he's even older, but he seems to get, like a good wine, he gets better with age.
In lane 2, number 255, from the Philippines, Gerald Peat Mangliwan.
So just a two-man race.
Ladies and gentlemen, for the men's 200 meters, T52.
It's just a gold medal up for grabs here. So, as the Americans tend to say, first is first and second is nowhere. Well, that applies in this race. Should be a good race, but I fancy that Gerald Peat is the favourite here. Some last-minute checks on the equipment. Good start from Gerald Peat. He's gotten rolling nicely, and he's just edging away from Peth Rungsri. The gap between the two of them widening. Of course, there is the stagger, but no question Gerald Peat's away now. He's got a couple of yards lead. Gerald Peat from the Philippines. He's coming wide, so no danger of disqualification. Here he goes. He's lost it a little bit there, but he's carried on. Gerald Peat, he knows he's got the gold in the bag. Peth Rungsri knows he's not going to make it. Can he break the record? 32.4. That's a new games record for Gerald Peat, and a tremendous performance from a wonderful athlete. So the Philippines having a great afternoon. Gold in both the first and second events of the afternoon. And the first to congratulate him, Peth Rungsri. Sportsmanship very much the order of the day among all of these athletes, but I noticed especially the wheelchair athletes. Well, he had just about the perfect race, really. Good start, nice and smooth. You see he's going quite wide there. He's not flirting with the inside lane. Doesn't want to risk being disqualified. Better to go too wide than too narrow. And by this stage, he's just got such good momentum going. A little bit of a slip there when he lost it for a moment. But remember, these guys are pretty much just using their arms. They've got no assistance from the shoulders, none whatsoever from the trunk. So it's a tremendous amount of effort to propel the chair round, but they do it so well. And Gerald Peat, well, that's a second gold medal for him. 2 golds and a silver, puts him up on the rostrum with the top performing athletes. We've got several athletes now with 3 gold medals. Felicia Mikat, the Malaysian runner, Setio Budihartanto, the Indonesian sprinter jumper, who's got 100 long jump and triple jump. We've also got Nanda Sholiha. We saw her this morning getting her third gold, winning the 100, 200 and 400 metres. And I'm thinking Gerald Peat feels that he was a whisker away from being on 3 golds. That 400 metres, he really lost it on the line to Pichaya Kuratanasiri, who, somewhat surprisingly to me at least, didn't turn out for this competition. And it's a shame because it's probably denied us the opportunity of a really good race. And I think probably Gerald Peat could have gone even a little bit quicker. But he's a new games record and a 4th gold medal for the Philippines. Well, confirmation of the result from the first race. 33.23 for Prudencia. Huyn Thi Xuan An, 33.92. And look at that. Just 0.01 of a second separating them. Chainet Sritong has to settle for 3rd. And there is the photo. Well, obviously that is very inconclusive from our point of view. But on the photo finish, the decision is that Huyn Thi Xuan An from Vietnam narrowly beat Chainet Sritong from Thailand. There we see it, and yep, it looks just about the front wheel crossing the line for Huyn Thi Xuan An, just a fraction ahead of Chainet Sritong. So gold for the Philippines, silver for Vietnam and bronze for Thailand. That was followed up by the men's equivalent, and that got another gold for the Philippines. And we move on to the women's 200 metres T11. This is for the blind ladies, and these will be running with a guide. The T11 category is the very strict one, as you will see.
T11 is for track athletes with a near total visual impairment. Some can make out an object at 25 centimetres, but all compete in blacked out glasses with a sighted guide.
Well, some familiar names certainly in the inside lane then. Kewalin Wanarumon from Thailand. She won the gold in the 100 metres and will be favourite for this one. Hajira Johan from Indonesia, she's going in lane 3. Huyn Thi Nan from Vietnam will be going in lane 5. She was 4th in the 100 metres. And Rachanipon Tongsing from Thailand, she was the silver medalist in the 100 metres, and she'll be going in lane 7. So 2 Thais, 1 Indonesian and 1 Vietnamese. The Vietnamese had a tremendous morning on the track, closed the gap on the big guns at the front, but Indonesia stretched their lead out. 21 gold medals at the last time of checking. This afternoon the Philippines have managed to add 2 more golds, which doubles their total. The same competitors winning their 2nd gold medal each. Be interesting to see whether Prudencia Panaligan does go in the 400 metres for the women. I think there's every chance she will, and I fancy she's a favourite for the gold medal in that. We've got 2 T11 heats coming up. In fact, it's not a straight final for the women in the 200 metres. You've got 7 girls competing in the 200 metres, and of course with the T11 category, they all run with a guide. So that means if you have 4 competitors, there are 8 people running on the track, and so that makes it pretty congested. We've got 7 competitors altogether, so you couldn't possibly accommodate 14 people running simultaneously. So we've got Heat 1 with 4 competitors, and then that will follow by Heat 2 with just 3 competitors. Well, there we go, new games record, 32:39 for the big man from the Philippines. Broke the old games record by 0.72 of a second. That record held by the guy who finished in 2nd place, Pethrungsri from Thailand. And you can see the other names there. DNS, in case you're wondering. Yep, that's right, did not start. And I was caught out by that. I had them on my list, and I should have checked on the track as well. But a great performance from Gerald Peat, and a really good afternoon for the Philippine contingent, who are always such good fun. Well, having said that, everybody is such good fun on these occasions. If you're not competing, you come along to support. Everyone supports everyone else, and it creates a real party atmosphere at the stadium. The first of these heats is scheduled to go in just a couple of minutes' time. Always takes a little while to get organised. Once we've had these 2 heats, we will have victory ceremonies for the 200-metre races that we've just seen, or at least that's the proposed schedule. Yeah, certainly with the victory ceremonies, the organisers being a little bit flexible, bringing them forward sometimes when it suits, and pushing them back in different situations. There they are, the competitors for Heat 1. The front there, competitor 276, Kewalin Wanarumon. Just 21 years of age, already got 1 gold medal, and a very fine athlete. And yep, she's wearing the Hello Kitty face mask. There's one of them wears a face mask with scary eyes. I think it's a reflection of the sense of humour of these characters, and they are characters as well. Kewalin in lane 1. One of the 2 Thais in this heat. There's another Thai girl in the other heat, so they've got 3 out of the 7 competitors. Indonesia got 2 and Vietnam 2. The guide obviously is the one to set up the blocks, must get the angle exactly right. Games record 27.76, set by Kewalin, and that was in Naypyidaw at the beginning of 2014. So she's the reigning Games gold medalist, and she's the current Games record holder. 27.76, that is remarkably quick. Winty Nunn, competitor 330. She was 4th in the 100 metres. We'll be hoping to go at least 1 better than that, so that she gets among the medals. 136, Ajira Johan from Indonesia. And Indonesia having such a magnificent competition. Everything going right for Indonesia at the moment in the track and field. The guide can choose which side to run, but I think you will see that all of these will run on the inside, keeping the competitor on the outside and therefore keeping them in their legitimate lane. Communication between competitor and guide, very important. You actually see some of the guides talking to their runners as they're going round, particularly on the curve. All of these girls have got guides with them who are men, and they're not all going on the outside. Could see, I think it might have been Chanipon's guide was running on the outside. This is Huyn Thi Nan. So they wear the mask to make sure that there is absolutely no light whatsoever. These are checked beforehand to make sure that there is zero visibility. You are completely in the hands of the guide and your instincts. Friendly pat on the shoulder. I'm just worried about in lane 7. Haven't seen Ratchanipon. This is Kewalin, she's the favourite. Outsider Hajra Johan from Indonesia, we've seen her. Huyn Thi Nan from Vietnam. There is Huyn Thi Nan. And it looks like we've just got 3 competitors in this first heat of the women's 200 metres. And we understand that lane 7, Tongsin Ratchanipon from Thailand has in fact withdrawn. She was the silver medalist in the 100 metres, so it's a great shame that she's not competing.
It's going to be occupied by the guides. They are seen with the yellow pins. So here's an introduction to the athletes in lane 1. We have number 276 from Thailand. He's the winner of the women's 100 meters in the new games record of 12.77 seconds. He's also the current games record holder for this event with a time of 27.76. And in Asia, ladies and gentlemen, she is the second fastest. From Thailand, Kewalin Wanarumon.
Big build up from Brian Richmond there for Kewalin Wanarumon. Fully deserved.
Representing Indonesia, competitor number 136, Johan Hajra.
Brian's going with Johan Hajra, so I'll put the names that way round.
And in lane 5, number 330 from Vietnam, Nguyen Thi Nan.
Huyn Thi Nan in lane 5, and interestingly she's the only one of the girls whose guide is running outside of her.
And this is heat number 1.
Hope that doesn't prove to be a problem for her. Takes quite a while for the girls to get on their marks. Need to be exactly right. Could try and imagine for yourself how this would feel. Going down into a crouch position, unable to see anything, knowing you're going to run flat out. You're going to go round a curve, take you through 180 degrees, and then 100 meters straight sprint. Having to trust somebody alongside you to make sure that you're going in the right direction at the right time. And all the while running flat out. Good luck, girls. Nice clean start. And already inside, Kewalin Wanarumon is closing up, and Johan Hajra going well, but the Thai, the favourite, is going well in lane 1. Kewalin Wanarumon, well, she's just taking her time here. She's not really putting in maximum effort. This is only the heat. No need to go flat out. She can win this comfortably. The Indonesian Johan Hajra going to come second, and that's well outside her best time for Kewalin Wanarumon. It's a question of doing what you need to do. 29.46, well, she did that. Well, she's not even breathing heavily. Mouth not open. She works harder than that in training, but comfortably through. Johan Hajra from Indonesia working that much harder. But that high stepping coltish stride of Kewalin, she's just jogged home. She is such a talented athlete, but she knows that there'll be a bigger test for her in the final. And even the guide's smiling. He quite enjoyed that. So heat 1's out of the way. We've now moving on to heat 2, and we've got Sirarat from Thailand in lane 1. We've got Mata Tambunan from Indonesia in lane 3, and Huyn Thi Trang from Vietnam in lane 5. Well, Sirarat from Thailand must be hot favourite to go through here. Bronze medalist from the 100 metres, and I fancy if she feels like it, she can just jog through this in much the same way that Kewalin did. Lane 5, Huyn Thi Trang from Vietnam, and as we've seen with several of these Vietnamese girls, very young. 12th of October 1999 is her birthday, so she's just 16 years of age. Confirmation of the timings from that first race, and Kewalin Wanarumon can run 29.50. I think she can train at that pace, probably do a series of 10 200s at that sort of pace. Saving herself for the final.
Yep.
Well, I don't want to... Oh, there we go. I was a bit worried that we couldn't see Marta Tambunan from Indonesia. There she is. I can't decide whether she is a tiny figure or whether her guide is extremely tall. Maybe it's a bit of both. But you would have thought they were extremely mismatched for running together. I would have thought she would take 2 strides to his 1. But then the same thing might apply to Sirirat and also to Win Thi Trung. The Malaysian contingent, oh, what a super games they've had. 18 gold medals so far. Just puts them slightly behind Indonesia, who coming into the afternoon were on 21 golds, but they'll be delighted, Malaysia, to be ahead of Thailand, who are on 16. Two events concluded so far today. Both have gone to the Philippines, who have now doubled their tally of gold medals. I suppose the advantage of having a long-legged athletic guide is that he can find the run very easy and therefore can spend a lot of energy talking his partner through where she is, where she needs to go, how the race is evolving. Continuous flow of information from guide to runner, and that's why when they get up onto the rostrum for the prize presentations, the medals go to the guides as well.
This is heat number 2. In lane 1, we have number 275 from Thailand, Srirat Ryanga Wilatikri. In lane 3, competitor number 137, representing Indonesia, Marta Tambunan. And in lane 5, number 332, from Vietnam, Nguyen Thi Trung.
So once again in lane 5, Win Thi Trung, her guide is running on the outside of her, whereas the guides for lanes 1 and 3 will be going on the inside. So you only have to finish first or second in this to go through to the final. Sirirat in lane 1. Marta Tambunan of Indonesia in lane 3. Win Thi Trung from Vietnam, lane 5. 2 to qualify, 1 to go out. Women's 200 metres, T11, heat 2. That's a false start there. No question, Win Thi Trung got away far too quickly. Well, in fact, it wasn't her, it was her guide. Interesting, Win Thi Trung there is running in not in spikes, not in running spikes. Those are ordinary jogging shoes. Her guide's running in the same footwear. but I don't think I've seen any of the sprinters not wearing running spikes before. Oh, they're not going to disqualify her, are they? Oh, that's awful. I'm sorry, Winti Trung is disqualified, and as far as I can see, that arose because her guide false started. Well, we'll have to take a look at that again, but my feeling was that it was the guide that went too quickly. So now this heat is effectively redundant because both of these runners are bound to qualify by finishing first or second. Well, we saw yesterday poor old Tran Man Tung from Vietnam won his heat at 200 metres and was disqualified because his guide crossed the line first. I think Winti Trung there has suffered because her guide. Yeah, it's an easy jog through, no point killing yourself, but might as well have a decent run out. Marta Tambunen's guide has moved to the outside, and on the inside Sirirat, well, notwithstanding the fact she doesn't need to go quickly, is hammering around. She's going a good lick and is certainly going to be comfortably inside 30 seconds. I think she's been told to ease off a little bit. That left arm movement, obviously a little bit restricted by holding onto the string with the guide, and comfortably first for Sirirat, second for Marta Tambunan. Both go through to the final. Well, Sirirat obviously a little bit distressed there. The shoe came off very quickly and she stretched out. Now that was a hamstring stretch, but it may be the calf or even the Achilles that is causing her a few problems. Suddenly at 150 metres, she seemed to become uncomfortable. Marta Tambunan from Indonesia just comfortably going through. Looked as if she could have carried on for another 100 metres or more quite easily. Well, athletics has its rule book, and everybody has to play by the same set of rules. Sometimes we feel that it's a little bit harsh, but there you go. The 200-metre heats, and such disappointment for Winti Trung. We have talked, especially when I had Nick Aplin in a couple of mornings ago, we talked about, in some ways, the guide and the runner for the blind athletes is the ultimate team game. The trust between the two is very important. And this was the earlier event, the 400 metres, and confirmation of Saichon Konjen blistering round in 46.71. And it's that race which we will see the victory ceremony for in a short while. That was supposed to be held this morning, but the discus competition took so long that it wasn't possible to give the men their 400 metres medals. So that's held over for this afternoon.
kabel ni tak boleh pakai macam ni. Kau kena pakai salah satu. Cabut satu, pakai satu, cabut satu, pakai satu. Bawa biar on lah, bawa biar on. Dah, duduk.
Please welcome the medalists. The medals will be presented by Mr. Ong Yi Kung, Acting Minister for Education, Higher Education and Skills, and Senior Minister of State, Ministry of Defense.
So here we have the gold, silver and bronze from the men's 400 meters T54.
Representing Indonesia, Jainal Arifin.
Bronze medal, Jainal Arifin. It was a really good effort, 50.86. It's a quick lap.
Silver medalist, representing Thailand, Janthon Ekachai.
So Janthon Ekachai taking silver, 50.67. Won his personal battle with Jainal Arifin for that silver medal, but never really got close at all to the man who took the gold medal.
Gold medalist and 8th ASEAN Para Games champion, representing Thailand, Saichon Konjen.
So Saichon Konjen, well, he was the previous record holder in 49.46. He smashed that record with 46.71 today. Defended his title as 400 meters T54 champion, and clearly the best man in the race. Success for Thailand on a day when Indonesia have been grabbing the headlines.
Of Thailand. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting your medalists for the men's 400 meters T54.
So the happy smiling face of the gold medalist. It was a tremendous race. Two competitors were disqualified for the rule 18.5, which means that athletes have to keep within their assigned lane. Obviously, if you go on the outside, provided you don't impede anyone, then that's not actually a problem. If you go on the inside, particularly on the curve. But this was Konjen Saichon, and he just blasted the field away. He's won by fully, that must be 35 metres. An amazing victory. Everyone else in fairly short order of one another, but a super race. And the Thais really do have some outstanding wheelchair athletes. Here we're taking a look at the winners of the shot put final. That was the way we started this afternoon, and never in any doubt Ziad would be the winner from Malaysia. The biggest throw he managed was 15.51. That's just 18 centimetres short of his own games record, but a bit further short of his own Asian record. Second place was Muhammad Alif Muhammad Awi, also from Malaysia, with a best throw of 11.10, which he achieved in the 5th round. And from Brunei, Rosli Mohammed Khairin Azhar, who threw 10.57 in his 5th round. The best that Singapore managed was Daniel Rosidi, who threw 8.66. Ivan Chua, 8.04. And in final place, Shamirin Uji from Brunei, 6.88. Well, we're into the victory ceremonies at the moment. There's a little bit of a hiatus on the track. It'll be the women's discus for the F56-57 category.
Ladies and gentlemen, presenting the victory ceremony for the women's discus F57.
So the athletes come out to collect their medals for the women's discus F56-57 category. This is the event that took place first thing this morning. At 8:30 it started. Took a little while to get through. There were actually 4 competitors. We originally thought there was a field of just 3. And that means that all 3 medals are awarded, gold, silver and bronze. And I'm sure that's a source of some delight to the competitor in 3rd place.
Bronze medalist, representing Indonesia, Famini.
And that bronze medalist is in fact Famini from Indonesia. it was a very tight competition. She threw 18 meters 65. That was her 5th round effort. Very good effort from the Indonesian Flamini, 1865.
Silver medalist representing Vietnam, Nguyen Thi Han.
Silver medal going to Nguyen Thi Hai. She was the late competitor, came in only at the last moment, and she threw 1880. She achieved that in the final round. She was already slightly ahead of Flamini at that stage, but by just 1 centimetre.
An 8th ASEAN
She pulled out a big throw, 1880.
Representing Indonesia, Yudiana.
But Yudiana was the first thrower we saw in action, and she achieved a remarkable series of throws. Each one was longer than the previous one. She started at 1619, 1708, 1768, 1822, 1897, and finally went over the 19-metre mark, 1903, and a worthy winner of the gold medal.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the national anthem of Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting your medal winners for the women's discus throw F57.
So the 3 girls get together for the photograph. Yudiana in the middle, very accomplished thrower, just gradually got into the competition, Yudiana. Each throw successively longer than the previous one. Gold medal for Indonesia, silver for Vietnam, and bronze for Indonesia. That was her final throw. It was just really a question of whether she was going to be able to get across that 20-metre mark. Didn't quite manage it, 1903, but a worthy winner of the gold medal. Well, it's back to the track, and the women's 200 metres, and this is a T12 now, which is split into 2 heats.
T12 is for athletes with a visual impairment. Their vision is constricted to a radius of less than 5 degrees and or the ability to recognise a moving object at a distance of 1 metre.
Well, we've got 2 heats here for the T12 competitors, and we've got Sunipon Tamamong from Thailand going in lane 1, She'd appeared in the 100 metres, winning the silver medal. Got Huyen Ngoc Quinn Tram from Vietnam in lane 3 and Sandra Tiong from Malaysia in lane 5. That's the Thai girl Sunapong, just doing a few stretches. The T12 competitors, some of them run with a guide and some of them run without a guide. They do have some vision, but it's very limited. Of course, the connection with the guide doesn't need to be as close as it does for those without any vision at all. So Suniporn Tamamwong going to be a favourite in this competition.
334 from Vietnam, Huyen Ngoc Quinn Tram.
So the Vietnamese girl, the 20-year-old Huyen Ngoc Quinn Tram, goes in lane 3.
Lane 5, number 186, representing Malaysia, Sandra Tiong.
And there she is, Sandra Tiong, 16 years of age.
That's the start, this, ladies and
Tiny
gentlemen, for the
figure.
women's 200 meters.
Nervous smile, but the thumbs up to the crowd.
Heat
She's going to give it her best shot. Well, let's hope we have no more controversy in the 200 metres. A disqualification in the last heat. Let's hope the girls get away cleanly this time around. I think most people would regard this as the slightly easier heat of the two. Some of the heavyweights going in heat 2. Somebody must go out here, probably between Huyen Ngoc Quinn Tram in lane 3 and Sandra Tiong in lane 5. Well, no false start this time, and it's a quick start from Huyen in lane 3, and outside of her, Sandra Tiong is really not getting any much pace going, but Suniporn Tanamwong on the inside is going very nicely indeed. 100 metres to go. No question these two are going to be the qualifiers, the Thai and the Vietnamese. Suniporn Tanamwong is going to come in first. Huyen Ngoc Quinn Tram is going to come in second. Will it be inside 30 seconds? Just about. And Sandra Tiong, well, she didn't pick up pace, but she didn't lose any as the race went on. 16 years of age and just a frail little figure, up against some much more experienced, fully developed athletes. Sandra Tiong stumbling a little out of the blocks, but Huyen Ngoc Quinn Tram striding away, but nothing to match the girl on the inside. Suniporn Tanamwong really does look a very nice athlete, and clearly can go a fair bit quicker than that. The games record 28:33. She ran inside 30 seconds there, but I fancy she can go quicker than that. So here are the competitors for the second heat. Supani Prawat from Thailand. Now she is the current games record holder with 28:33. She set that in Thailand, in Korat, back in 2008. However, please don't think that makes her an aged athlete. She's only 24 years of age now. Started very young indeed. Outside of her, Inang Sari Sitorus from Indonesia. Now she is a star athlete. The Indonesian took gold in the 100 metres, and outside of those two heavyweights we've got Vuti Kim Thuy from Vietnam, and she made the final of the 100 metres as well. So we've just seen Sunipon Tanamwong, the silver medalist from the 100 metres, qualify comfortably, and we've got the gold, the bronze and the fourth from the 100 metres, all going in this second very competitive heat. There we can see Supani Prawat, Games record holder with 28.33. It would be a surprise if she were to beat that in the heats. Sometimes athletes do go hard in the heats just to send a message to the competitors, but essentially it's a question of qualification. So there's confirmation of the winning time, 29.68. We'll just keep an eye on the second heat to see how that one goes. Vuti Kim Thuy, you saw there in the picture. Of course, she was in the T12 long jump and took the gold medal in that. So she's already got one gold medal to her name. She came fourth in the 100 metres for the T12 athletes. And now she's trying her luck in the 200 metres. This is likely to be very competitive indeed, and is likely to be quicker than the first leg, I think. Inang Sari Sitorus, 1:38. Physically in tremendous shape, we saw in the 100 metres. She really is an outstanding athlete. Gold in the 100 for Inang Sari Sitorus. She's also going in this, the 200, and will later take part in the 400 metres. And for my money, I think she's the favourite for this 200 metre title. The ties are very good, but Inang Sari Sitorus, I think she's just got a little bit of extra quality.
Here are the lead assignments in lane 1. Number 277 from Thailand, Supani Prawat. In lane 3, number 138 from Indonesia, Sitorus Inang Sari.
You can see she's a very tall, rangy athlete.
Number 335 from Vietnam, Vuti Kim Thuy.
Always carries with her that slightly mystified look, but she knows what she's doing on a running track. We saw her outstanding in the long jump, and she's no mean athlete. I fancy she's third favourite in this race, but this could be quick. So lane 1, Supani Prawat from Thailand. Lane 2, Inang Sari Sitorus from Indonesia, or lane 3 I should say. Lane 5, Vuti Kim Thuy from Vietnam, 2 to go through. And you can see that Supani Prawat on the inside, running without a guide. It's optional for the T12 athletes. T11 have to have a guide. T12 athletes can choose to go with a guide or without. It's their choice. There's a feeling that if you can run without a guide, that's an advantage. And you can see there's a long gap between Vuti Kim Thuy and her guide. All 3 girls away nicely, and in lane 3 it is Enangsari Satoris who's making up the stagger on the Vietnamese girl outside. Supani Prawat coming back, but she's in second place at the moment. As the stagger unwinds, they're dead level. The 2 favourites in lanes 1 and 3 are level, but it's the Indonesian girl with the longest stride who's coming away, and it's Enangsari Satoris who's winning this race comfortably, easing up at the line, and it's still a new games record, and she was easing off as she hit the line. What a good athlete this is. And Vuti Kim Thuy, gold medal in the long jump, but run out of things here against 2 very, very good 200-metre runners indeed. Well, the Indonesian girl, technically you have to look at what she's doing there. The high knee lift, look at the arms. Full use of the arms, the elbows not flaring outwards. Everything's moving her forwards, nice and relaxed, upright gait. Look at that, she's almost striding there. Whereas the other 2 runners are working hard, she's just comfortably coasting through. This is a tremendous athlete. Looking forward to seeing her in the 400 metres. That may suit her even better. And this is continuing the good run from the Indonesian competitors. They are having an outstanding games in track and field. Well, that second heat appreciably quicker than the first one. It's a new games record for Enangsari Satoris, and well, she just looked comfortable. She looked comfortable throughout, and as she approached the last 20-30 metres, she was just coasting through, conserving her energy for the final. Speaking of finals, we've got another victory ceremony coming up. The women's 200 metres T53-54. That's the race that we saw earlier this afternoon. This is a moment that the Filipino contingent will be looking forward to. Prudencia Panalingan, her second gold medal. Joy for the Philippines as they took the first 2 golds of the afternoon.
8th ASEAN Para Games. We've just concluded the men's long jump F12. We thank you for your cooperation in helping to observe the right atmosphere for the men's long jump to prosper. We got a few more races coming up. The discus as well, still going on. We've completed 2 field events. The shot put, won by the Asian champion from Malaysia, Muhammad Ziad Zulkifli. Made a few 200-meter races. We've got some 400-meter races coming your way, as well as victory ceremonies. And we're also going to be able to get some updates from the field, as we've got Singapore sprint sensations, Calvin Khan and Dimna Lim Prasad, all happening at the National Stadium at the 8th ASEAN Para Games. And now, ladies and gentlemen, presenting the victory ceremony for the women's 200 meters T54. Please welcome your medalists. Medals will be presented by Mr. Nasiruddin Wahab, Director, Media and Communications, ASEAN Parasports Federation.
So here are the three ladies, the medalists from the T53-54 200 meters for women.
Representing Thailand, Chainet Sitong.
Chainet Sritong from Thailand, 33.93. Just shaded out on the line. Such a good competition with Nguyen Thi Xuan An from Vietnam. Just 0.01 seconds behind the Vietnamese. Has to settle for the bronze.
Silver medalist from Vietnam, Nguyen Thi Xuan An.
So the Vietnamese girl narrowly winning the silver medal. It was a tremendous competition all the way down the straight between them. Just about edged home.
And gold medalist and 8th ASEAN Para Games champion from the Philippines, Prudencia Panaligan.
But there was never any doubt who was going to take the gold medal. This athlete, clearly the best wheelchair sprinter in the competition. It's her second gold medal, and that's the smile that we've seen previously, and I fancy we might see it again when she goes in the 400 metres.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the national anthem of the Philippines. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting your medalists for the women's 200 meters T54.
Well, that's exactly how they lined up for the 100 metres as well. Prudencia Panaligan taking gold. Nguyen Thi Xuan An from Vietnam taking silver. And Chainet Sritong from Thailand getting the bronze. Prudencia Panaligan got off to a great start, stole a couple of metres on the rest of the field and never really looked like she could be caught. Strong, comfortable, she's got the 400 metres to go. You'd be a brave man to bet against her going home with 3 gold medals in her bag. This was a tremendous finish. 0.01 between Nguyen Thi Xuan An and Chainet Sritong. But again, Chainet Sritong having to settle for the bronze medal. So we will also get the victory ceremony for the men's 200 metres T52 category, and Gerald Peat in the new games record 32.39, and Peth Rungsri having to take second place, but only one medal awarded. If you've only just joined us, I will explain. If you've been with us before, my apologies for repeating myself, but we operate the -1 rule. If there are only two competitors, you have to knock one out and only one person gets the medal, and that's the gold medal. Sounds a bit harsh, but that's the way the rules are drawn up. If there are three competitors, there's gold and silver, but if there are four or more, then you get the full complement: gold, silver and bronze.
Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for the men's 200 meters T52.
Well, it's a little bit lonely there for the man who's getting the medal. Actually, I can see there are two competitors coming out. Peth Rungsri is coming as well. This -1 rule can be flexible. I think the fact that there were originally 4 competitors entered for this event means that the -1 rule is not operated in this situation, and that's lovely. Peth Rungsri deserves to get a medal. Not his fault that 2 others dropped out. There was a field of 4, so 2 medals to be awarded, as there were only 2 athletes competing.
Representing Thailand,
Good sense has prevailed.
Peth Rungsri.
So Peth Rungsri, the games record holder prior to this race, 33.11. Gave it his best shot, but was well beaten by a really informed Gerald Peat from the Philippines. 33.68, there's no disgrace in that. It's a good time, but not good enough.
Gold medalist and 8th ASEAN Para Games champion, representing the Philippines, Gerald Peat Manglewan.
Well, he's a sunny character, and a good afternoon for the Philippines. 2 gold medals in the 2 200-meter races, men's and women's. He's one of those guys, Gerald Peat, that when he's got the helmet on, he looks a bit older. I was thinking he would be at the veteran stage, but he's only 36, but years ahead of him yet.
Of the Philippines. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting your medalists for the men's 200 meters T52.
Well, I keep harping on about the camaraderie between particularly the wheelchair athletes, but it's very, very evident throughout the games, and they're great characters. They've competed against each other 3 times already. Each time It has been Gerald Peat who's come out on top between those two. And there he is in lane 2. And he just had that little bit more momentum, a little bit more strength. And in the home straight, despite a little wobble there where the front wheel lifted, he got a little bit ragged for a moment, got it back on track, and worthy winner. Winning by about 8 metres or so, but a good race once again. Well, this is the result from the women's F54-55 discus. We are looking at ceremonies now. This was the event that took place first thing this morning. Another good competition between the ladies. And once again, Thailand coming out on top with gold. Myanmar in second place with Tet Tet Ai. And Rosa Hybrida Eka of Indonesia getting the bronze.
Ladies and gentlemen, we
Katungrat,
now see the
number
athletes
292, taking the gold
trooping
medal.
out for the next track event of the afternoon, and that's going to be the women's 400 meters T20. This is going to be the final.
So as you could hear the stadium announcer saying there are actually 3 400-meter races coming up. There's the women's 400 meters T20 final, the men's 400 meters T37 final, and the men's 400 meters T46 final. But before that, we've got another victory ceremony, this time for the discus throwers.
Please welcome your medalists.
This event took place first thing this morning, and for these wheelchair athletes, the preparation for the discus is extremely time consuming. They had to hang around for a long time, but they're very laid back characters, and it turned out to be a very competitive event, with Thailand again emerging with the gold.
Bronze medalist representing Indonesia, Eka Rosa Hybrida.
So in third place, Eka Rosa Hybrida of Indonesia with a throw of 13.96. That was actually her opening throw. Quite unusual. Most of the girls settled into the competition and threw longer as they went on. But Eka Rosa Hybrida, her best throw 13.96. Her best throw by some margin, in fact. She's happy with the bronze. Managed one other throw beyond 13 metres.
Tet Tet Ai.
So from Myanmar, Tet Tet Ai, she threw 14 metres 30 centimetres. That was her best throw. That was the final throw for her. And she started with 2 no throws, then a dreadful 8.57, then a not much better 13.64, a little bit better 13.64, and then went over the 14-metre mark in the last 2 throws. 14.30 eventually to take silver.
Gold medalist and 8th ASEAN Para Games champion, representing Thailand, Phuongphet Chaitongrat.
So Phuongphet there, 15 metres 42, over a metre longer than Tet Tet Ai. So a comfortable win. That was her 3rd round throw. She had no other throws beyond 15 metres, but got close with 14.99. But a worthy winner, Phongpak Chaitangrat. Gold for Thailand, and another fine competition from the ladies.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the national anthem of Thailand. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting your medalists for the women's discus throw T55.
So our congratulations once again to the competitors, wrapping up a fine discus competition. It took a long time this morning, didn't get finished till around 11:30, having started at 8:30, so a lot of hanging around for the ladies, but it's all worthwhile. Big smile on the faces, gold, silver, bronze. Thailand, Myanmar and Indonesia respectively. So our attention should be moving back to the track
And
where we've got the women's 400 metres T20 coming up.
We're going to go down to our on-field reporter, Calvin Kang, for an update from the field and look forward to some of the races coming up.
So confirmation that the women's 400 metres T20 final will be coming up shortly. And if you're interested in what the T20 category is, I think you'll soon find out.
As well as the men's long jump, T11 and T12. So if you're wondering how you follow the action, you can actually head on to ASEANParaGames2015.com, or you can also download the app on Apple Store as well as the Google Play Store, and you can download it.
T20 is for athletes who have an intellectual impairment. They find it hard to understand and apply race plans and tactics.
So there you are, and well, we've seen a lot of these girls previously. Octavia Rika, we saw her win gold in the long jump. Siti Nur Radia Ismail from Malaysia, she took the silver in the long jump. Michelle Yognaswari from Singapore, that's our first sight of Michelle. Sikin Norsakina from Brunei, she was 5th in the long jump. There is Michelle representing Singapore. We've got Waldani Septiningtyas from Indonesia going in lane 5, and Mohammed Arifin Siti Mohammed Arifin from Malaysia, who took the bronze in the long jump, is going in lane 6.
For them to do 6 attempts is something remarkable. And moving on to the men's long jump. For the F11 and 12 updates, we have seen a close 1 centimeter difference in the bronze and the 4th placing. And actually, all the jumpers were really focusing on their runs and their jumps. If you notice, there was complete silence just now. So we were really.
These are athletes with some intellectual impairment, and so it's a question of tactics and following the coach's instructions. It becomes very difficult for them.
With a distance of 6.62 meters. In second place, also from Malaysia, it is Muhammad Hanafi Muhammad Ali with a distance of 5.85 meters. And coming in the bronze position, it's from Vietnam.
We're just looking at Octavia Rika, the winner of the long jump, and she is a very good athlete indeed. Should be extremely well suited to this 400 meters, although she's quite big and might struggle to carry all the way round.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we're all set and ready to bring you the women's 400 meters T20. This is the final. A look at the competitors. In lane 1, number 139 from Indonesia, Rika Octavia. In lane 2, number 188 from Malaysia, Ismail Siti Nur Radia. In lane 3, ladies and gentlemen, she specializes in the 100 and 200, but she's only taken up the 400 recently. Competitor number 258, representing Singapore, Michelle Yogeswari Krishnamurthy. And in lane 4, number 103 from Brunei, Sikin Nur Sakina.
Fifth in the long jump.
In lane 5, number 140 from Indonesia, Waldani Septiningyas. And in lane 6, ladies and gentlemen, number 189 from Malaysia, Siti Muhammad Arifin.
Took bronze in the long jump. This is her only other event.
And that's the lineup, ladies and gentlemen, for the final of the women's 400 meters T20.
Well, as Brian Richmond mentioned there, Singapore's competitor Michelle, really more of a 100 and 200 competitor. She was complaining the other day about how hard the 400 meters was. A common complaint among sprinters, they don't like going all the way around the track. I think we could find some very tired athletes. They may struggle to get the idea of not going out too quickly. So important not to expend too much energy too quickly, and Michelle's gone out very quickly in lane 3. And at the moment, the two girls on the inside, Rika Octavia and Ismail Siti Nur Radia, are going well. Those three going well, and on the outside, we've got Siti Muhammad Arifin going very well. Look at that, it's a magnificent long stride. If she can keep that going, she's going to be very competitive. And Michelle, well, she's overdone it early on. Ismail Siti Nur Radia is going well in lane 2. It looks like it's between the two Malaysian athletes at the moment. And on the outside, Siti Muhammad Arifin beginning to tie up on the inside. Ismail Siti Nur Radia. But it's the long striding Siti Muhammad Arifin who's going to come home. She's had a tremendous run here. The game's record is 60 seconds flat. She's going to be just outside that. Wow, 61.09. First and second for Malaysia. And on the inside, it's Rika Octavia coming through for the bronze medal. Well, that was a tremendous run. Difficult on the outside for Siti Muhammad Arifin. She didn't have anybody else that she could take the pace from, but what a lovely stride length. Gets away quickly. Michelle, very inexperienced in 400 metres, went off a bit too quickly and paid the price for it. The two Malaysian runners running really well. Elbows going a little bit across at the moment for Siti Muhammad Arifin, but look at that length of stride. Tremendous. And inside her, Ismail Siti Nur Radia knows she's beaten, knows she's got to settle for silver. And what a quick time as well, just over 61 seconds. Ecstasy for the Malaysian athlete. Well, hugs all round, and Rika Octavia, it's always going to be a bit difficult for her. She's not ideally made for 400 metre running, will be better for 1 and 200. But she was very game, came through and took the bronze medal. There they are, the two Malaysian athletes together, exhausted but elated. So an excellent women's T20 400 metres final. They're coming thick and fast now. We move up. It's the men's T37 category, 400 metres final. And in this we have some very experienced athletes.
T37 is for athletes with a moderate impairment down one side. They have to compensate for asymmetry in the start, stride, and overall power distribution.
Well, there's a Singapore interest in this race. In lane 4, Singapore's only medalist at the Games so far, Zach Liao, going for Singapore in the 400 metres. The man who beat him in the 1500 metres yesterday, Thi Min, is in lane 2 from Indonesia. Meanwhile, Chairat Thayon, who took the bronze in the 100 metres, goes in lane 1. In lane 3, we've got Le Van Man from Vietnam, and he took the gold medal in the 100 metres. Zach Liao, I've already mentioned, he took silver in the 1500. Sakpet Seweng from Thailand, he took the silver in the 100 metres. Jaffa Wako from Indonesia, and Nguyen Hu Tin from Vietnam, who finished 7th in the 100 metres and was 3rd in the 1500 metres. No medal for him in that, as there were only 3 competitors. Well, Thi Min from Indonesia, we saw him in the 1500 metres, put quite a sprint on in the home straight yesterday, had plenty left for a sprint finish. Chairat Thayon is the Games record holder. He's the athlete who's scheduled for lane 1. Zach Liao getting himself ready. Wonderful story hearing how Zach Liao overcame I think it was a cycling accident, told that he wouldn't walk again, and look at him, he's on the track winning medals now. The human spirit, quite wonderful. 3:08. Sawang Sakpet from Thailand, and this is a quality field, no question at all. Here are the results of that last race. 61-1 for the winner, and great effort from Siti Mohammed Arifin. Siti Nur Radia Ismail, 63.82, and Rika Otavia from Indonesia getting her 2nd medal of the Games in 66.39. Well done, all of the ladies. There he is, Zach Liao. Different coloured jersey today, but he's still got the Singapore flag showing on there. Number 268. I think from what we saw yesterday, he probably lacks the leg speed to get a medal in this extended sprint. But if he doesn't get a medal, it certainly won't be for the want of trying. It was an emotional moment yesterday as he crossed the line and collapsed, absolutely exhausted. He looked so distressed that quite a number of the attendants raced over to see if he was all right. Of course, being the competitive athlete he is, he was fairly swiftly back on his feet and all smiles, delighted with his silver medal.
T37 final. In lane 1, number 309, he is is the game's record holder with a time of 1 minute 06.00 seconds. From Thailand, Taon Chairat. In lane 2, he is the winner of the 1500 meters yesterday. Number 163 from Indonesia, Timin. In lane 3, number 351, representing Vietnam, Le Van Man.
Winner of the gold medal in the 100 meters and a very, very accomplished runner indeed.
Ladies and gentlemen, he secured Singapore's first athletics medal since 2011 when he took the silver in the 1500 meters yesterday. And that has certainly given him the confidence to put up a strong showing in the 400 meters today. Number 268, representing Singapore, Zac Liao.
And he's very aware of the attention of the crowd, and he deserves that.
Lane 5, number 308, from Thailand, Sakpet Sewang.
Surely one of the favourites for this silver medalist in the 100 metres.
In lane 6, number 164, from Indonesia, Jafar Wako. And in lane 7, ladies and gentlemen, competitor number 352, representing Vietnam, Nguyen Hữu Tin.
He's another of these competitors who's going in 1, 2 and 400 metres.
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen, the finalists.
So you have some of the sprinters moving up to 4, and you get some like Timin and Zac Liao, who are more suited to the middle distance races, 1500 and 800, but they give it a go over 400. No question Zac Liao will give everything, but one suspects that he just doesn't quite have the leg speed to match runners like Taon Chairat and Sakpet Sewang. So look out for lanes 1 and 5, but Timin from Indonesia, what we saw at the finish yesterday, he's got quick legs. Two of the runners not using a crouch position. No point crouching if you're not going to gain an advantage. And in lane 3, Le Van Man has gone off quickly. Now he's a 100-metre specialist. He may have gone a bit too quickly. And out in lane 5, Sakpet Sewang is going very well. And he's a very experienced runner at this distance, unlikely to make any mistakes. That's Sakpet Sewang, and inside of him is the Vietnamese Le Van Man, and he's in the lead at the moment, no question. Now he is a 100-metre specialist. Is he going to blow up? Le Van Man in lane 3. He's in the lead, he's coming into the final 100 metres. He's split the tyres, it's a two-man race, and I think Le Van Man's got enough, and in fact he's going away from the field. Le Van Man, what a run we're seeing from him. The game's record is 66 seconds. I'm sure he's going to smash that. Le Van Man, what a run. My goodness, it's 57.39. He's taken nearly 9 seconds off the record. That is truly amazing. Well, Le Van Man has destroyed the field. What a run. Second place going to Sakpet Sewang, and I think Timin got bronze, the 1500 metres gold medalist. But what a run from the Vietnamese. That's Sakpet Sewang. He's going nicely out in lane 5, but suddenly on his shoulder there was Le Van Man, who we saw in the 100 metres, tremendously efficient there, but he just keeps going. Not particularly long stride, of course the right arm isn't helping at all, but he manages to keep good balance until he crosses the line, stumbles a bit there, but he deserves that. That is a fantastic run, and he's delighted. Well, he's run inside 60 seconds for 400 metres without being able to use his right arm at all. That's an extraordinary run from a really talented athlete. He joins the band of athletes with 2 golds. And who would dare to bet against him in the 200 metres, which is still to come. Vietnam have another champion in Le Van Man. But no sooner than that race is over, but we're looking to the next one, another 400 metre race, this time T45-46. Obviously that's a different category of athlete, so the T45-46 athletes will be going in the 400 metres. We'll shortly take a look at exactly what that means in terms of impairment.
T46 is for runners with a moderate or high degree of impairment in one or both arms, or the loss of limbs. These athletes generate drive almost exclusively using the legs, with reduced counterbalance from the arms.
Well, here are the starters. There's a full complement, all 8 lanes occupied. Hong Bong from Cambodia in lane 1, Roger Tapia from the Philippines in lane 2, Yun Chek, or Chek Yun from Cambodia in lane 3, Tepitak Wengrapatum from Thailand in lane 4, Chun Chovin of Cambodia lane 5, Eren Sabanda from Indonesia goes in lane 6, Pong Din Tu from Vietnam is out there in lane 7, and on the outside Raul Angoluan from Philippines completes the complement. 3 Cambodian athletes in this, 2 from the Philippines, 1 each from Thailand, Indonesia and Vietnam. We've got a little bit of form on this from the 100 metres. We've got the bronze medalist Bong Hong. We've got the gold medalist Pong Din Tu from Vietnam in lane 7, watch out for him. Chun Chovin from Cambodia finished 5th in the 100. Roger Tapia from Philippines finished 7th. Yun Chuk went in the 1500 metres, finishing 5th. And Raul Angoluan, he went in the 1500 metres and finished 4th. This is the penultimate event of the day. It's the last of the 400 metres, and after that we are due for some victory celebrations, and then finally another 1,500 metres scheduled for 5:40. I have to say the quality of the music not been quite so good today as it was yesterday. I preferred the heavy rock, but there we have the Village People, YMCA. None of those were born when YMCA was a hit. .314 is Tepitak Wengraptum from Thailand. 128 Yun Chek from Cambodia. Bong Hong on the inside from Cambodia is likely to be quite competitive in this. Well, that's the result of that last race. 57.45, a new games record, and that really is one of the runs of the tournament. 57.45, truly remarkable. He's won that race by 3 seconds against a quality field. 60.48 for Sakphet Sewang, 61.76 for Team In. That's not bad at all for a 1500 metre specialist. And Team In will be going in the 800 metres later. Must be favourite for that, I would have thought. So we haven't seen so many games records set today, and that little lad hasn't seen much at all. Oh, his dad's woken him up. Wow, that's got to be the youngest spectator we've seen here. Nervous moments for all of the athletes, as ever. So we have an interesting mixture in the 400 metres for these athletes. You tend to find that you've got one or two who are sprinters and they're trying to keep it going for 400. You get one or two who are more middle distance, but they're quick enough to get round the track in a reasonable time. And there's a sort of coming together, really.
On the track, it's going to be the men's 400 meters for T45-46. Here are the competitors, ladies and gentlemen. In lane 1, number 127 from Cambodia, Bong Hong.
Bong Hong, bronze medalist in the 100 metres.
In lane 3, number 128, also from Cambodia, Yun Chek.
Yun Chek, 5th in the 1500 metres. Roger Tapia from Philippines has scratched from lane 2.
Number 4, number 314 from Thailand, Tepitak Muang Pratung.
I'm just going to go with Tepitak. Brian's made a good fist of the family name. Don't think I can manage that.
Lane 5, number 126, representing Cambodia, Chun Chovin.
Chun Chovin, 5th in the 100 metres.
And in lane 6, ladies and gentlemen, competitor number 173, Indonesia, Irens Sabanda.
Indonesia having a great games. Erin Sabanda, their representative in this final.
7, number 361, representing Vietnam, Bong Din Tu.
Bong Din Tu, gold medalist in the 100 metres. Must be one of the favourites for this race.
And in lane 8, ladies and gentlemen, competitor number 251 from the Philippines, Raul Angoloan.
Raul there, 4th in the 1500 metres yesterday. And I fancy he probably hasn't quite got the pace to get among the medals in this race. So the favourites would be Bong Hong in lane 1. I would have thought Tepitak in lane 4 from Thailand, Eren Sabanda in lane 6 from Indonesia, and the sprinter Bong Din Tu from Vietnam in lane 7. Bong Hong using the crouch start. And they're away nicely. Bong Hong's got a lot of ground to make up, but he's into his running very quickly. In lane 1, Bong Hong's going very nicely. Out in lane 6, 7 and 8, Erin Sabanda going well, as is Bong Din Tu. They've already overtaken the Philippine runner, and you can see in lane 6, Erin Sabanda going extremely well. Outside of him, Bong Din Tu. Not gone too quick. Indonesian clearly in the lead, with Bong Hong on the inside coming through on the stagger. And it's at the moment Erin Sabanda in first place, Bong Hong in second, Bong Din Tu in third. Now, has he gone too quickly? Bong Hong looks very strong on the inside. Erin Sabanda's beginning to tie up. Bong Hong's coming through. Is he going to get up to the line? Aaron Sabanda just strong enough to hold him off. The Indonesian's going to make it. Aaron Sabanda first, Bong Hong second, and the sprinter Pongdin 2 comes in third.
A close finish. A very exciting final, ladies and gentlemen. The men's 400.
Wow, and look at that time, 51.97. That is blisteringly quick. Well, we go back to the start, and Aaron Sabanda off to a quick start. Bong Hong on the inside was quick off the blocks as well. And Aaron Sabanda went past Pungdin 2 very early on. There was a suspicion that Pungdin 2 might be worried about doing too much too soon, but in fact probably didn't do enough. Bong Hong is so strong. He'd make an excellent 800-meter runner, but just couldn't get up to the line. And the Indonesian, Aaron Sabanda, was flailing around a little bit towards the line, but had enough steam to get over the line and take the gold medal. What a race. Well, it looks to me like Bong Hong is pretty pleased with that silver medal. I'm sure he'll be pleased with the time. It really was a very, very quick race indeed. And that leaves us with just one more track race. I thought we were going to have a couple of victory celebrations first, but we're going to go through to the last of the track events. That's the T53, T54 final of the 1,500 metres. The metric mile, as it used to be called in the old days. And always an appropriate way to finish a day on the track. 1,500 metres, usually good fun. And although we saw one rather pedestrian run yesterday when nobody wanted to take it on, I don't think that'll be a problem for these wheelchair athletes. I think they'll be very competitive from the off.
T54 is for wheelchair track athletes who have full function in their body with moderate or high level impairment affecting the legs or the loss of limbs. All generate power through the full range of body and arm movement. The legs play no part in racing.
So here are the competitors. Rawat Tana from Thailand goes in lane 2. Prawat Wahoram from Thailand also goes in lane 3. Luc Tong Ha from Vietnam in lane 4. And Savon Heng, or Heng Savon I should say, from Cambodia goes in lane 5. Heng Savon also going in the 200 and the 400 metres. And unusually, Tana Rawat is only going for the one race. Most of the competitors go for a number of events. Tana Rawat is a specialist, as is Prawat Wahoram, just going in the 1,500 metres. So the athlete we've seen most of so far is Luc Tong Ha from Vietnam. And if you're looking for an exhausting schedule, this is the man for the job. He's going in 100, 200, 400, 800 and 1,500. He got 5th in the 100 metres, 7th in the 800 metres, and he's going in the 1,005 as well. Luc Tuong Ha, possibly the busiest man at the competition. Tana Rawat from Thailand starts in lane 2. Now the Thai Prawat Wahoram will start lane 3. Makes huge demands of the arms and shoulders. This particular event, it's a merging of the two categories, T53 and 54. And some of those categories, the athletes are split and have different events. In some of them they are combined. This is one of the ones where they're combined. Wheelchair athletes are around the top bend at the moment, so they need to get another 200 meters round the track to get to the start of the 1500 meters. 3 3/4 laps of the track, as of course everyone can work out the maths of. 4 competitors, so all 3 medals, gold, silver and bronze, will be awarded. And after this race we will have a number of victory celebrations. Field events have all been wrapped up for the day. We've had another very exciting afternoon on the track. A good one for the Philippines, 2 gold medals. Well, there we have the result from that remarkable 400 meters, 51.97. And that's a good time from Bong Hong on the inside, 52.35. The Vietnamese Bong Din Tu, 53.84. All of these are very creditable times. Then you're dropping out a little bit. Those 3, the medalists, really excellent performances. Anything under 60 seconds is good, but to get close to the 50-second mark is really remarkable. We saw, of course, 2 athletes dip under 50 seconds yesterday. We have from lane 5, Heng Savon from Cambodia. Well, he's at the appropriate point now, as are all of the athletes. And they start on the curve there, and they obviously have to be allocated lanes, but immediately they can go to the inside. Now, of course, normally in a 1500 meters, when people are running on the track, there is a little bit of jostling for position. And obviously that takes on a different perspective when you're all in wheelchairs. Whereas if you're running, you can be on one another's shoulders and not making contact with one another. Of course, contact with one another in the wheelchairs can be disastrous. We obviously hope there won't be any accidents. So they have to be very careful about how they overtake, how they maneuver. They have to go very wide to overtake. And of course, wily competitors, if they get on the inside, can pull a little bit of a way off of the curb so that they make their competitors go even wider to get round them. So tactics very much part of the race when you're looking at 1500 meters. 2 Thais, 1 Vietnamese, 1 Cambodian. 3 medals at stake, 4 competitors. This is the last of the medals to be battled out for today. The tally at the moment is 22 golds to Indonesia, 20 to Malaysia, 16 to Thailand, 11 to Vietnam, 4 for the Philippines, 2 this afternoon, 2 for Myanmar, 1 for Brunei. So someone's going to add 1 more gold medal, but there's no question Indonesia will be atop of the track and field table come the end of the day. Just a reminder, we have 1.5 days more of competition. A full day tomorrow, 2 sessions, morning and afternoon. And then on Wednesday we just have a morning session. Luc Tuong Ha from Vietnam, competitor number 364. Conceivably the busiest man in the track and field meet. Racing over all of the available distances, 1, 2, 4, 8 and 1005. the officials saying, no, we're not ready yet. Just checking if there's enough time to go around. They want to keep things moving, keep the wheelchair moving, keep their arms moving, keep the pulse up. These are, of course, super fast wheelchairs, specially designed for track athletics. So the two tyres deciding to have another lap of the track. Rather less stressful to keep on the move rather than hanging around waiting for the officials to make the final preparations. This race wasn't actually scheduled until 5:35. The way things have gone this afternoon, very smoothly I have to say, has meant that we've managed to pick up a little bit of time. I think you can hear in the background someone saying 5:35, right? And that's what the delay is, that the event is supposed to start at 5:35, and if that's the time it's due to start, then that's what time it will start. If we're looking for standout moments from the day, I think probably you still look back at the morning with Nanda Shaliha getting her third gold, 100, 200 and 400 meters, the Indonesian, truly outstanding. But we've now got quite a number of competitors who are multi-medalists.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, let's meet the competitors for the final of the men's 1500 meters for Team 53-54. You're looking at athlete number 327 from Thailand, Rawat Tana.
Rawat Tana from Thailand, 38 years of age.
Also from Thailand, competitor number 328, Prawat Wahoram.
Prawat Wahoram, also from Thailand, a little bit younger,
And here
34 years of age.
64 from Vietnam, Luk Tuong Hoa.
Luk Tuong Hoa, busiest man in the track and field events, 39 years of age.
Number 133 from Cambodia, Heng Savuan.
Heng Savuan from Cambodia, he's another one not in the first flush of youth, 36 years of age.
Ladies and gentlemen, and their mission is about to begin. The men's 1500 meters final for T53-54.
Okay, the clocks tick round. It's close enough to 5:35 to satisfy the organisers. To their marks. Well, away they go, and obviously getting on the inside is a very important part of the tactics. And Rawat Tana is on the inside. That means that his compatriot Prawat Wahoram is going to have to go around the long way if he wants to overtake. So they're strung out very quickly, the two ties at the front. And you do see they don't get too close to the curb. Don't want to have any problems of clipping the curb and destabilising the bike. Heng Savawon is in third place at the moment, and it does look very much as if it's going to be a contest between the two ties. Let's see, the time at the 100-metre mark is about 51.5, something like that. It's a quick time. Both of them trying to take a little bit of rest when they can. Almost exactly the same rhythm. No question that these are going to be the two gold and silver medalists. By the same token, it looks very much like Cambodia are going to pick up a bronze medal. Heng Savawon is fairly comfortably ahead in third place. Still the same sequence. Rawat Tana, and it could well come down just to a sprint in the final 100 metres. Rawat Wahorum just sitting on the shoulder of his compatriot. Actually, in cycling that would be known as drafting, technically illegal in cycling, allowing the wind resistance to be taken by the athlete in front. So it's Rawat Tana who's doing all the work, and this is the end of the third lap, we always call it. It's only 2 3/4 laps, but they'll be taking the bell here. Okay, about 2:12, so we can look at a time at around 3 minutes 05, something like that, and they're going to speed up, and you feel there's going to be a straight race down the home track. And it looks to me like Rawat Wahorum is setting himself, trying to conserve some energy for the final sprint. Now these two guys will know who's the quicker, and they're lapping Luc Tuong Hoa. Now they'll come wide, you'll see them come wide. Rawat Wahorum, has he got it in him? He's pulled out wide. Is he coming wide enough? He's coming up on the shoulder of Rawat Tana, and I think he's got it. Rawat Wahorum, he's timed it to perfection and takes it on the line, just under 3 minutes. So Rawat Tana did all of the work, but the glory goes to Rawat Wahorum, sprinting past over the last 100 metres. It's gold and silver to Thailand, but it's Rawat Wahorum who takes the gold. Way back, Heng Savawon from Cambodia will take the bronze medal. And Rawat Tana, a rueful smile. He gave best to the younger man. And you did always feel that Rawat Wahorum had the race under control. Just sat in there, didn't overdo it, didn't expend too much energy. You could see Rawat Tana pulling away from the curb, making him go the long way round. But on that final 100 metres, it was Rawat Wahorum who had the pace. So it was almost as if they were tied on a string for about 1,400 metres. They came off this last bend. Rawat Tana pulling wide, but well, his compatriot just had the extra speed. And I think it looked to me like Rawat Tana knew that he hadn't drawn the sting from Rawat Wahorum, and so the gold medal goes to Rawat Wahorum of Thailand.
Please welcome your medalists. Medals will be presented by Captain Basara Dr. Anwar Sun, Secretary, ASEAN Parasports Federation, and he is accompanied by Dr. Ang Ken Koo, Chef de Mission, Malaysia. Bronze medalist, representing Brunei, Muhammad Khairin Azarosli. Silver medalist, representing Malaysia, Muhammad Awi Alif.
Silver medal for the Malaysian. Had a good outing, but never likely to take the gold medal away from one of the truly outstanding field athletes in the whole track and field competition here.
Gold medalist, an ASEAN Para Games champion, representing Malaysia, Muhammad Ziad Zulkifli.
Well, he was the reigning champion. He won in Naypyidaw with a games record of 15.69. He couldn't match that today. 15.51 was his best effort. He managed that in the final round, but always at least 4 meters longer than anybody else in the competition, and really is a top quality shot putter.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the national anthem of Malaysia. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting your medalists for the men's shot put F20.
So delight once again for the Malaysian camp. They continue to have an excellent competition. Zayad, well, he went in as a red-hot favourite for the gold medal. It would have been a major shock if he hadn't won this event, and that was never in any doubt. Look at this is great technique. Very low, very strong, quick across the circle, and a very explosive finish. 15 metres 51, not his best ever. He is actually the Asian record holder with 15.78, but not far shy of his best performance. An outstanding shot putter. A confirmation there of that 1500 metres race that we've just watched. And Prawat Wahoram just ducking under 3 minutes, 2:59.88. And Rawat Tana, who did all the work, 3:00.05. Savoon Heng from Cambodia taking the bronze medal. And look, Tuong Hua, I think he might be regretting going for the 1500. Should have stuck to the shorter distances. Well, this is confirmation of the result from the long jump that we saw earlier today, the F11, F12 category. And you can see a good quality. This is the blind athletes from F11, and those with very limited vision, F12, and 6 metres 62 from Shaifuddin Ishaq Mohammed. 6 metres 62, that is tremendous jumping. Gold and silver again for Malaysia there, and a bronze for Vietnam. And how many times have we seen Malaysia do so well in this track and field meet?
Ladies and gentlemen.
Latest tally I've got, they're just 1 gold behind Indonesia
F12.
now.
Please welcome your medalists. Medals will be presented by Captain Basara, Dr. Anwar Sun, Secretary ASEAN Parasports Federation. He's accompanied by Dr. Ang Ken Koo, Chef de Mission, Malaysia. Bronze medalist representing Vietnam, Nguyen Ngoc Hiem.
Good effort from the Vietnamese jumper, 5 metres 44. That was his effort in the 4th round. That was the best that he managed. And that was enough to take the bronze medal by 1 centimetre. Small list of margins, but they all count. He is one of the T11 category athletes. That means he wears the mask. He's completely blacked out.
Silver medalist from Malaysia, Muhammad Ali Hanafia.
Now, if he looks familiar, that's because you've seen him go in the 100 metres. Was very impressive in the heat, and then in the final didn't go quite so well, took the bronze medal. If the lady to the left of him as you're looking looks familiar. Well, she was caught on camera doing a little boogie in the stands, much to her embarrassment on one of the earlier days. Actually, she carried it off very well. She was dancing nicely and gave a good wave to the camera and a V sign as well. Anafia, a very
First
talented
place,
athlete,
gold
good
medal,
sprinter, good jumper.
An ASEAN Para Games champion from Malaysia, Muhammad Saifuddin Isha.
Oh, he's an outstanding jumper. That's a tremendous performance. Also took the silver medal in the 100 metres, but this very much his pet event. And to jump 6.62 is a truly remarkable effort. Won the competition by a handsome margin. Trying to do the maths of it, 75 centimetres. That's a huge margin in a top flight competition. And consistently well over 6 metres. Nobody else managed that mark.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the national anthem of Malaysia. Ladies and gentlemen, your medalists for the men's long jump F12.
Well, an outstanding competition, really top quality. And once again, the strains of the Malaysian national anthem ring out. They've now taken 21 golds, 12 silver and 6 bronze for a massive total of 39 medals. A very good performance. Thailand have taken the most medals, 55, but only 16 of them, I say only 16, are gold. Indonesia have taken 48 medals in total, of which 22 are gold. This is top quality long jumping. Sinks as he approaches the takeoff board, technically excellent.
and gentlemen, victory ceremony for the women's 400 meters T20.
Welcome your medalists.
Well, here come the medalists from the T20 400 metres for women, and all three of them have appeared on the rostrum previously, but not in this same sequence.
Federation and Chef de Mission of Cambodia.
These were the gold, silver and bronze from the long jump a couple of days ago, but the positions shuffled round just a little bit second time about.
Representing Indonesia, Octavia Rika.
So the bronze medal going to Octavia Rika, or Rika Octavia as Brian Richmond was calling her. And she was the gold medalist in the long jump. But you can see she's not quite the build for 400 metre running, and found the pace a little bit hard. 66.39, a decent time, but certainly nowhere near to the gold and silver positions. She looks happy enough.
Silver medalist from Malaysia, Siti Noradia.
Well, the silver medalist, Siti Noradia, she certainly gave Yasser a run for her money, but had to settle for the silver, and that was the same story in the long jump. On that occasion, she was beaten by Octavia Rika, so that's 2 silvers for Siti Noradia.
Gold medalist and ASEAN Para Games champion representing Malaysia, Siti Muhammad Arifin.
Well, she has a multiplicity of names, but I understand she likes to be known as Yasser, and I'm quite happy to call her that. So it's the gold medal, and she really did have an outstanding run. 61.1, that is terrific running. She was the bronze medalist in the long jump, but this time she's very much the gold medalist and a worthy winner. A superb run, long-legged, rangy stride, and she coasted home. Won by a handsome margin, 2.72 seconds. That's a big, big margin in 400 metres. Well done, well done Yasser, well done Malaysia once again.
Of Malaysia. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting your medalists for the women's 400 meters T20.
So congratulations once again to all 3 girls, especially Yasser. So they've shuffled the medals around. The lady in the middle, Yasser, has won a gold and a bronze. The lady to your left has won 2 silvers, and the lady to your right, Rika Octavia, of Indonesia. She's got a bronze this time around to go with her gold from the long jump. Three great competitors, and we'll be seeing more of them and more of this. Yasa had such a lot of work to do. She's on her own in the outside lane, no one to pace herself against. But look at the length of her stride, and she's using the arms, she's pumping away with the arms, driving across the ground. I wondered if she might run out of energy in the last 100. And you can see she's struggling, the look on her face, but determination saw her through. That's where all the training pays off. Being able to keep your form even though everything in your body is telling you, Kano, please stop. And delight as she crosses the line. A terrific run.
Ladies and gentlemen, the victory, the men's 400 meters T87. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome your medalists. Medals will be presented by His Excellency E. Vyasna, member ASEAN Para Sports Federation, and Chef de Mission of Cambodia. Bronze medalist from Indonesia, Timin.
Winner of the gold medal in the 1500 metres yesterday. Also going in the 800 metres where he's probably a hot favourite, and a very good effort to take a medal in the 400 metres. Decent time. Congratulations to Indonesia's Timin. 61.76. Which is inside the old games record. Actually, I think there's a misprint on the old games record.
Silver medalist,
so we'll
representing Thailand.
Gloss over that one.
Satphet Sewang.
Satphet Sewang from Thailand, silver medalist, 60.48. That certainly is inside the old games record. And a very good run indeed from Satphet Sewang. Already taken the silver in the 100 metres.
Gold medalist, ASEAN Para Games champion with a new games record from Vietnam, Le Van Man.
But how about this young man? Gold medal in the 100 metres, now gold medal in the 400 metres in the new games record, smashing the record. Previously, nobody had gone under 60 seconds, and he's done it handsomely, 57.45. And who would bet against him in the 200 metres to make it 3 gold medals for Vietnam?
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the national anthem of Vietnam. Presenting your medalists for the men's 400 meters, T37.
So there we have Le Van Man, gold medalist in the 100, gold medalist again in the 400, and who's to say he's not going to manage another gold in the 200. Thi Minh, bronze medal in the 400, gold medal yesterday in the 1500, must go in as hot favourite for the 800 metres. But what a race from the Vietnamese athlete. This was Satphet Sewang, and he was going well, and then suddenly Le Van Man came blasting past him. Now he's the 100 metre specialist. I thought he might have done a bit too much too soon, but not a bit of it. Kept his form going well, quite a low knee lift, but gets the job done. Stumbled across the line, but it's a great run, a huge margin of victory. Won by almost 3 seconds, which is a huge distance. Means he's won by at least 20 plus metres. Well done Le Van Man, well done Vietnam, and in fact, well done everybody. It's been another fine day. You can see the goals are out on the football pitch. My good friend Roshan will be back in action commentating on the football later on this evening. And this is the last of the events that we watched today. Rawat Wahoram from Thailand going just under 3 minutes for the 1500 metres. But spare a thought for Rawat Tana, who did all the hard work and just was edged out for the gold medal. Eng Savuun from Cambodia takes the bronze, as a very distant bronze, and Luc Tuong Hoa, who is entering multiple events. Well, he was actually lapped just as the two Thais were finishing off, but he's finished the race, and he won't be on the victory rostrum, but we do have that 1500 metres as the last of the victory ceremonies for today.
was just a little boy from a little town. I made a wish that someday I could turn this around. I made believe I was from top to world. And in my mind I saw many valiant hearts that held me to their dreams and never once fell apart. Like superheroes standing tall, they're unbreakable. But beneath the moonlight, you can see their hearts breaking down. The rising fall of hope that's never made a sound. Run, 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 found me on the setting crimson sun. Never meant to be easy when you're trying to be more than ordinary. Run, 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 it's not over till the set's done. Never meant to be easy. Just believe that you could be more than ordinary. 10 years later, I found myself in front of a crowd. They looked to me for hope to end that burning doubt. Within my hands, I held onto the flames of desire. And they prayers guide me as I swim amongst the shooting stars. This little boy isn't dreaming, he can see it now. Run, 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 found me on the setting crimson sun. Never meant to be easy when you're trying to be more than ordinary. Run, 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 it's not on until it's said. Never meant to be easy. Just believe that you could be more than from this little town who wrote it his heart, but you'll find your way around. Someday you'll wake up feeling like you're on top of the world.
Ladies and gentlemen, presenting the victory ceremony for the men's 1500 meters T53 and 54.
So here come the wheelchair athletes from the 1500 metres, an event that only finished a little while ago.
Please welcome the medalists.
But very much a two-horse race,
Will be
as it
presented
were,
by
between the
His
two
Excellency
ties.
Steve Yasna, member ASEAN
They were
Sports
neck and neck
Federation
throughout,
and chef de mission
and
of Cambodia.
Rawat Tana, who took silver, did all the hard work. Rawat Wahoram came through and took all the glory
medalist.
with the gold medal.
Representing Cambodia, Hung Savan.
Heng Savan from Cambodia picks up another medal for his country. Cambodia now 1 silver and 3 bronze, so he'll be delighted with his bronze medal. Never in the race for gold or silver, that's for sure. the look of the lean, hard man,
from
the athlete.
Thailand, Rawat Tana.
Rawat Tana, well, he's smiling, but he must feel that he did all the work. But he just couldn't keep his compatriot off in that last 100 metres. Your friends on the training ground, but once you're on the track, you have no friends. It's every man for himself. Made it a nice quick race. Rawat Tana,
Gold medalist,
3:00.05, silver medal.
representing Thailand, Prawat Wahoram.
So Prahat Wahoram really drafted behind his colleague for 1,400 metres effectively. Then came out off the curve and always had the extra pace. Finished in 2:59.88. Tactically excellent and deserving winner of the gold medal. Interestingly, both of those two, the Thais, are only competing in the 1,500 metres. Unusual to find such specialist athletes, but they chose only to go for the 1,500 metres. So let's listen to the national anthem of Thailand.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the national anthem of Thailand.
So the familiar strains of the Thai national anthem brings a close to proceedings for today, and the 1,500 metres was a fitting finale. A really good race down the last 100 metres, with Prawat Wahoram coming home first and Rawat Tana giving it everything but having to settle for the silver medal. And nice to see a third bronze medal going to Cambodia. Here we take a look back at the race, and this was the familiar pattern. The two Thais, after 200 metres, were well in the lead. They never looked like relinquishing that lead.
Bring the family if possible. Till tomorrow then.
And it was 1-2, 1-2 all the way.
Thank you so much for being here. Bye-bye.
And Prawat Wahoram didn't actually make his move until not even at the bell. Not even on the back straight, not even on the final curve. It was as they came off the curve for the last time. This is the third lap at the moment. There's the bell. You can see Prawat Wahoram. There was a little bit of a problem as they lapped Luc Tuong Hoa, the Vietnamese, but out he came, Prawat Wahoram, and just had the extra pace. Very good technically, very good tactically, and a fine gold medal and a 1-2 for Thailand. Well, this is the F54-55 men's discus. The men's F56-57 discus, just going through all of the events that we've seen today. Medals, medals and more medals for Indonesia. Indonesians sitting top of the medal table for track and field. track and field is such a huge chunk of the overall medals. 34% of the medals given out so far have been on the track, and we've seen plenty of them today. We've had gold medals for the Philippines. We've had outstanding jumping from the Thais. Lots of assistance from lots of people. We've had Hello Kitty. We've had disappointment with disqualifications. We've had frustration, and we've had some magnificent performances, both in the field and on the track. We've had huge disappointment with the disqualification. We've had youngsters both on the track and in the stands, and we've had some wonderful athletics, some gutsy performances, and some clear delight with successes. So it's been another great day at the track and field. That's the fourth day finish. Day 5 kicks off with long jump F20, shot put F54, 55, and the discus for the F32, 3 and 4. Then we've got some more 200s. We like those, T42, T44 and T38. They should be hugely competitive tomorrow. So the men's 200 metre finals in the morning. And once we've got the 200 metres out of the way, we will move on to the T12, T37 and T53, but they're all heats. They're not finals, those are heats, and the finals will be followed subsequently. So we've got plenty of track athletics tomorrow morning, and we've got some field events to start off with as well. I'm Jamie Reeves, thank you very much for joining me today. I hope you've enjoyed yourself down at the National Stadium for the 8th Para Games. I certainly have. There's been lots of fun. See you tomorrow.